you Happy New Year, sis. I'll see you around again someday, okay? Good night. I love you. Hello, everybody. I found that particular track in the song, or in the point shop, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is so good too! Also, yes, hello, it is time for more of vividing the Stasis. I see some Maddie in the chat, some Stellar, some Ace, some Extreme, some Butter Eye. Hello, everybody. Hi, Ari boy. Welcome back as always. Hi, floating away today. How you doing? Star Crashers is so good. Yes, it is. Oh, it was like, that was just randomly in the song shop, or the point shop, and I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean? This is so good, and it's just sitting there. It's not even like associated with the story at all. It's just there, and it's just awesome. Like, oh my gosh. I'm about to eat. Have a good EP, Ari boy. Thank you so much for dropping by, as always. There's a bat outside my room's door. Should I be concerned? What? Oh my gosh. It's 1 AM, but I feel energized. That is the power of Yuri compelling you. We are very sick today. Not doing the best, but looking forward to stream as always. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Maddie. I hope the day has treated you well besides, though. Hoping to make things a little, like, easier. Give you a distraction at least. Part of the story of that track is they were on a budget when making the backgrounds for it, so they reused art from the story. I did notice that. It didn't feel like they were like it didn't feel like they were like, you know, just reusing things to like as a shortcut, right? It felt very, very appropriate, like a callback. Yeah. Alright, so a couple things today. We kept trying to like replay songs as we could find time. And we even had like a couple extra days that we would have normally been able to use. But it had been a struggle to find time in between everything else we're doing to practice more tracks. So we did eventually end up going in and reducing the requirements. Because the amount of practice you would need to do to get to the 600 gems is probably untenable, we feel. So we went ahead and changed that setting for the sake of being able to continue with the game. Although we are definitely going to keep practicing and keep trying to like get better at the game regardless after we get done with, like playing it through for the streams. How major aspects is music in your life? Yeah. That's alright, 600 is a pain anyways. I would have totally done it if we had more hours in the day, you know? It's brutal. Like, the thing is, practicing tracks is very fun, and like I want to show y'all something I was practicing before that we started getting like pretty good at and feeling like pretty good about. But the fact is like we at this rate it would take us like heckin' like 2 or 3 more streams to like practice each of the songs enough to finally grind out the rest of the gems. And at a certain point, we kind of end up having to say, like, you know what, we want to show the story at some point. But Vivid Stasis is such a special game that we're going to keep practicing it regardless. Eventually, we'll get to the point where we earn that much, but not right now. Alright, but if anyone is here and has enjoyed the streams before, remember to put a like on the stream. It helps us with the algorithm, helps us meet new friends. as we appear in their feeds, and then check the doobly-doo for links to the Discord as well as socials. You know, judgment or reducing requirements coming from someone who did the same. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I didn't necessarily fear judgment from it, but it's one of those things that if I was able to do it, I would have wanted to, right? But like, the last couple weeks in particular was pretty brutal, and next week is not looking any better because like we have someone at work on vacation, and thus I'm gonna have to pick up more days in order to make up for it. And it's just like, these we have what I like to call vacation season in the post office. It's just because it's the point during about June, July-ish where everyone starts going on vacation or like going on a rotation. And so like uncharacteristically, June and July end up being a lot of work, and for me in particular, because everyone's always on vacation and causing us to have to pick up more days. I didn't reduce requirements. My friend watched me suffer grinding 600. Yeah, I can imagine that took a while. Again, I still would want to if I had like, you know, in 40 more hours to like throw at like practicing songs, but like it's just not tenable at the minute. It does legitimately sound fun. But fun in that, like, you know, I'd probably be grinding at it for a few days kind of feel. Alright, let me see here. Oh, raid's an hour later tonight than I thought it was. I just got a ping into the Discord. Hi, Guy Como! Welcome back. It's nice to see you. Also appreciate our lurkers and our VOD watchers. I spent like 10 hours on a school day grinding gems. Yeah, I can imagine. I wanted to talk about this because we've been finding it is so weird that the process of getting better, specifically at Vivid Stasis, has unlocked so much of like how our own brain works. Like, firstly, like the game seems to just know when like you're on a roll or not. The game seems to know if you're feeling it. It feels like, because it's the difference between getting like all criticals and like heckin' floundering is whether or not your vibe is in place. It feels like. But also, we've been posting about this on Fetty, but like, the game makes it so like obvious when you're really, really focusing, at least to us. It makes it obvious how much our mind wanders and how much even the tiniest distraction, like a random thought cropping up, like, oh, I need to work on this later today, or I need to like, or maybe like, you know, thinking about something someone said and be like, maybe they meant this. Those thoughts will come like unbidden, like while we're playing, and themselves be distractions. And it's been a really like odd, eye-opening experience on how just like non-stop our thinking is. It probably comes with the ADHD. And we were talking about it in the Discord earlier. We also feel like there are points where we lock in and we start really focusing and doing really well on tracks. And then there are times where it feels like we lock in so hard that we bust through the other side and be like so tensed up that we start like jumping the gun on everything. It's weird. Playing Vivid Stasis has been an eye-opening experience on how our own abilities of perception and sense of like perceiving time get challenged. We feel it stretching like muscles. By the way, I forgot to mention this, but drawing tablet obtained. Yo, congrats, Maddie. I'm excited to see what you could do with such things. It's one of those things that I keep forgetting you didn't have one, and I can't wait to see what you unlock there. Getting a drawing tablet for the first time is like a wild experience when you're drawing. It's so different. I guess like it kind of matches if you're using something like a mobile device, but like I don't know how they handle like pressure sensitivity on like mobile devices. So surely the tablet ought to treat you better. We're excited to see what comes out from you. Like we've only ever like we still have the very first tablet device that we tried. That's still what we daily drive. But, like it was a game changer when we started using that thing. To be honest. You've never used a pen to draw before? Ooh, Maddie about to live the comfy life. Did you get one with a screen, or is it a screenless tablet? Or, yeah, a screenless drawing tablet. Alright, and we do have one new art to show. One thing that we've been posting in the Discord is one of the headmates, Rock here, has been, or I have been drawing a bunch in physical. I have been drawing in a physical sketchbook. So let me go and find it real quick. And I've been slowly posting those over the past, few weeks at this point. As soon as I remember how folders work. There we go. This is something that hasn't been shown on stream until now, but here we go. So, we've been working on these. We have, we don't have a lot as far as, like, physical media is concerned, but we did get some, like, micron pens at some point. And the physical, drawing has been a nice refresher for us, I think. This is just going through the backlog of drawings I did in the past. Basically, the plan was to get us one with a screen, but they didn't have any, so we had to get a screenless for 1 month until we can get a screened one. Yeah. Do you make your thumbnails? We do! We do make our thumbnails! That's our art! I've seen the sketches. Oh, they're gorgeous. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. And I've been taking this opportunity to, well, doing physical again to experiment more, as you can see, with, like, expressiveness and different kinds of moods. Still peak even the second time showing? Aw, thank you. The other day we were watching Mrs. Lian's videos when falling asleep. We dreamed we were in the hospital and everyone in the hospital had Mrs. Lian's voice. We were really confused. Aw. I'm even voice acting people's dreams now. So yeah, feeling pretty good about these. I've definitely been practicing a similar vibe for myself, but it's fit pretty well, I think. I should have put these in like an order, but so it goes. Yeah, these we have a physical sketchbook for we've been drawing in. Aw, thank you. Drawings are amazing. I've been trying. Y'all are getting all the rock art all at once. And then I believe that's... yeah, almost everything. been experimenting with a bunch of different poses, and while I'm thinking about it, we're gonna change the content warning again. And then we finally get the one I finished today. Felt really good about this one, especially trying to come at it from like a challenging angle. We did this at one waiting at a laundromat for our clothes to finish. And folks that are in the Discord, like, probably would have already seen that we immediately switched our profile picture back to this. Or mine, at least. So what's after the encore episode? Art? For Chomp Sibley. This one's great. Thank you. Feeling really good about these. Alrighty. Without further ado, let's get back into the game proper. Now, there is one other thing that we had been working on. As soon as we can get back to the game screen. There we go. It's such an amazing track. Do you have any plans to play Mysticade anytime soon? Perhaps. We are definitely excited. I don't know about playing a demo. Part of me wants to say that we would want to, like, play the full game, like, when it releases. Then again, a demo would be exciting, you know? We probably will. But we might move on to other things first. We are behind on, playing Deltarune Chapter 5, which we definitely need to do. But one thing we've been doing, we've kept the game open and we've kept buying a bunch of Sachapon tickets. And so now, yeah, 426. It's time for some gambling. This may take a minute. Alright, yeah. We'll probably play it at some point. We'll have to, like, think about it and make it... thank goodness it's getting faster, actually. We just kept buying, tickets for 2. Every 15 minutes as we could. So now our stats should be, like, boosted up a ton. Why is there stats in the rhythm game? Because this is like a Tamagotchi, like, mini-game section. That is done some mining off-camera stuff. I guess so, yeah. I did a little bit of gambling off-screen, you know, as a treat. Y'all get to see what 426 Sachapon tickets looks like. Oh, this is still gonna take a minute, even with the faster speed. Oh boy. Also, we ended up trying the Eri and Kotami classes, because we have access to those right now. Didn't end up being too impressed. By the way, this minigame actually has its own separate game, if I recall correctly. Like, wait, like, you know, entirely separate game of, like, on Steam and whatnot? Huh? As we all know, quantity overwrites probability. Technically, it doesn't, Maddie. Be responsible. But I get what you mean. There's a game called Tower of Tamasachi, which makes this into, like, a whole roguelike thing. Whoa. I've not played it, but it seems really cool. Really? And it's like, you know, Tamasachi, you know, like the, it uses the vivid Stasis characters? Is that what I'm understanding? Like, is this emoji? I don't know. Perfect to remember to hydrate. Although, in this case, we're heckin' loading up on a monster to get ready for the day. Yeah? Oh my gosh. There's an entire, like, game universe, like, sprouting off of this game. Oh my gosh. It's not canon, though? Okay, yeah. 2,000 years later. 71 batches means 18 hours worth of shop refreshes. Wow. Yeah, so, like, what we were doing is we just had the game open, but muted in the background, and we would just, like, alt-tab over to it every so often while we were working on other stuff and just buy more tickets. That's what most of it was. And then every once in a while, we needed to go in and, like, actually play the game for, like, 10-15 minutes to, like, get some points back. It was a good enough excuse to practice. Posted the games page on the video games channel. I'll have to check that out later. For sure. And, like, I have to say, this part of, like, streaming is incredibly fun. Just, like, setting up stuff like this and then, like, just, like, sharing the process of, like, say, unloading a bunch of tickets or showing a song we've practiced. Is that cool? This makes up you not gambling when you had the chance in Amori? Hey. we like, when we engage gambling in a very, like, sort of, like, ironic way, very sarcastically. For us personally, we've never been a fan of the concept. Like, I understand it's addicting and all that, but, like, we never quite got that feeling. We just ended up, like, really getting, I would say, conditioned against it. Because it would be so unreliable. It'd be like how, we were definitely the kind of folks that played RPGs and really hated when our characters missed. Because it was like, oh, it's a waste of a turn, right? And that extended to taking gambling, because, like, sometimes you would get, like, next to nothing, and it'd be like, well, like, the only thing that you could really rely on, right, is, like, say if you're playing a gacha game, it would mean the only thing you could rely on is pity. So we would only make plans around pity. And if we happened to get anything better, then, like, okay, cool. But, like, we didn't count on it. Hello, everyone. Hello there, AP Does Gaming. Nice to see you. I believe this is the first time we're seeing you. I hope the day is treating you well. Thank you for dropping by, as always. Not expect seeing you here? Ooh, the stellar recognize. Would be interesting how close to 85 each item will be. We'll see. Like, a normal distribution would expect it to be roughly around there, right? Probably with, like, some chance of it being, like, slightly leaning one way or another. Like I said, Vivid Stasis has a trilogy with Heartlogged and Polymorphite where they share the same universe, while Mystigate should be just in the same universe. It's like calling an Axiesian trilogy, Heartlogged, Vivid Stasis, and Polymorphite the Axiesian tragedy, because sad things are bound to happen. Yeah. Alright, so we've gotten our tickets turned in. Why did we get so many sympathy pills? That's... Huh. How did we end up with like 20 more sympathy pills than anything else? That's odd. A manga just pulled out a huge event that it is driving... that is droving mine and everyone on the fanbase's minds. Send help. Total time spent gambling, 6 minutes, 50 seconds. Oh my gosh. There we go. Haha! Technology. Haha! Well, that happened. That looks so funky now. Level 1, 2, 3. Time to obliterate things. Lian's mouth is opening the sound effects. Oh, whoops. She's the one. She's the one making the sound effects. Weem. A weemba-wop. A weemba-wop. Oh, critical. One shot. Okay. What's a weem? Lian will get stronger. Anyways, I started blasting. Free of imbalance. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's a bit more story on the supplementary lore materials after Encore episode. 2 chapters out of 5 released currently. Oh, okay. Slightly over-leveled, only slightly. Oh my gosh, that wasn't 90% of its health this time. I can't touch this. Popping baby versus hydrogen Allison. Borger? Why Borger? When you do all the side quests in the game before doing the final boss, it really is. We are fighting against the dreaded Borger PNG. Mimic! Whoa. What is this track? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, they did a noticeable amount of damage. This is where gambling gets you. It makes you touchable. Untouchable, I'm guessing you meant. Fucking hydrogen Allison. Time for pointer. We're gonna just casually heal 4,400 HP a turn. Can't wait for you to meet Miri. She's absolute peak person. Ooh. Takes 0 damage critical. Such damage. We've been training for this moment. Mitzi? That's trans flag on a scarf. Yo. These enemies have gotten strong real quick. Yeah, I know. Suddenly the health values are, like, exponentially catching up. Aha, they are dealing quad-digit damage now. Okay. We're almost reaching a point where them critting can, like, outpace our healing. We're also getting a lot of power saves each time. Okay, this is actually gonna start taking a minute now. How far does this go, I wonder? Fun fact, Cheryl, Asaph, and Log Zero are all trans flag. I don't remember any other trans people on the team off the top of my head. Yeah, that is awesome. No, I'm a big fan. No wonder this game is so heckin' amazing in that regard. It's weird. I was talking with folks in another server about this game, and I was talking about how it like heckin' demolished our plural egg. Our plague, if you will. They talked about egg as in like a trans egg, and it's like, it's weird. If you think about the story in Vivid Stasis, Saturday is trans, of course, but like, and they talk about transition somewhat, but like, it's weird because you get, in the story, you establish that Saturday is trans, and you don't really make the story doesn't really make it about that afterwards. Oh, interesting. Her being trans is kind of just a thing. Oh, 52,000 damage critical? What in the world? Oh wait, that's the same amount of HP as like the score in a song. Well, that's gonna make things mildly challenging. Stands as just trans, only mentioned. Okay, yeah. That is the end, quote, end of Tamasachi? I see, okay. Slightly underleveled now. Had to be around level 250? Yeah, that makes sense. That is heckin', like, insane power scaling, though. Alright, Suki? Oh! What does Chio do? It feels a bit silly that I can only see what the abilities are, like, in this. Spawn Sentry has a 60% chance to turn to fire. See. Oh, I'm gonna guess it's like, it costs like a certain amount to do. All player buffs have been removed. Rude. Okay, so, like, using pointer would actually be kind of tough with this if it's gonna keep clearing the buffs. I see, okay. I don't think this is necessarily tenable, though. Ability change to defend? Wait, what class am I? Did it just change our class on us? To name... Oh! Yeah, I'm kind of just experimenting to kind of see what's up here, but like, that's weird. Okay. I wasn't even imagining that was something you could do. Heckin' weird. Okay. I think you keep your battle stats when it changes your class. That would make sense. Yeah. Well, that takes care of that, I suppose. I'll just keep, like, getting more stats then to like, over time. Alright. And what else did I wanted? I wanted to show one song we were trying to practice. Yeah, we were working on this one. Ops Limon. We ended up getting a V rank on opening. And getting pretty far on practicing the middle difficulty. We were feeling really good about this one. But, like, in trying to practice for this was the thing that showed us that, like, okay, trying to get 600 gems would be impractical. Let's go ahead and I want to show what the progress has been like. I'm not cute. Oh my gosh. Maddie trying to sabotage us. You know, we would never try to sabotage you. How could you say that? I know what you're about. So that was actually like a fairly like honestly a fairly bad run of it compared to what we were doing. It was something where we really had to practice hard, and we're realizing that like when we're focused on trying to perform for like heccin stream, it makes it so that like we can't. It's hard to focus on performing as well as playing the game. But practicing in between streams, like there was one point where we only had like 5 missed notes, and we were like, oh, we are very close to actually getting a full combo on this. I'm gonna try one more time to see if like maybe I could like put myself into a groove. Ah, no. Okay. Usually we're playing with, like, the volume up higher. And, like, just really, like, trying to fall into it. Yeah, that's what we were practicing. And what made it pretty apparent that, like, trying to, that trying to do that is gonna be really difficult for us. Now, I'm wondering, since we did a bunch of Tamasachi, there was one of these pathways that no, it wasn't that one. One of these things had a Tamasachi door. Yeah, I think it was here. And I'm wondering if we happen to have opened it by this point. It doesn't look like it. We might need to get even further on the Tamasachi in order to do that. Oh well. Okay, and then that leaves 2 requirements left, Gate and Voidland songs? Yeah. You're close to unlocking it? It kind of feels like that what last boss on Tamasachi. It feels like that's an appropriate, like, end spot. Alright, where was the door we're looking for? You need to beat the demonic entity as currently your trial? Yeah, that makes sense. Fucking amazing tracks. Alright. We do need to look around a little bit, but also I need to refigure out where the 600 point door was. I figured it must have been layer 2. Because the 600 point door should be what we opened now that I turned the requirements down. Okay, now it's 450. Okay. Oh? Sentinel?
Didn't see that one coming.
Oh, this is so cool.
I never saw it coming. Because you look like a beautiful nightmare. Because you look like a beautiful monster. Did you hear that in my darkest instinct? Because you look like a beautiful monster.
Gosh. That was cool. That was very that felt very Suki. Why am I over on the left? Huh? What? That was weird. Does anyone know how to tell your best friend you're bi and currently in a loving relationship with a boyfriend? So, if Ryland, if I'm understanding that correctly, um, is this friend like not understanding that you're bi and already in a relationship, or is it like, they have no idea about the relationship or that you're bi? Because like I think that might like adjust things slightly when we're more requirement excited, yo. Okay. Fetty notifications can be heard, I think. Can it? Do I even have Fetty open? As far as I know, I do not have Fetty open. Okay. So, we need to find the glasses thing. You were on the red side because you like the color red, obviously? Well, obviously. But yeah, I guess, like, coming out as bi is interesting. I'm omni, so it's like I'm kind of, it's on the bisexual, like, spectrum, I suppose. But yeah, it could, let's see. No idea I'm in a relationship or that I'm bi, because I found out I was bi recently this year. Okay. So you're trying to figure out how to, like, broach the subject. It kind of depends on how cool they are with, like, queer identities. Um it's one of those things where it's like if they are accepting, then yeah, you can kind of just, like, whenever you feel comfortable, kind of just take them and say, like, hey, just so you know, like, I'm bi. And if it's something that, like, they perhaps struggle to understand, like, maybe just kind of explaining, like, yeah, you like both of the genders, right? And that it's developed into a relationship. But if there is a concern that that might compromise your safety, that might require a bit more care. If, like, say if there's someone, like, that's unfortunately, like, say, homophobic, which I should hope that if they're friend that they're not, but, like, you hear some unfortunate stories out pretty much everywhere these days. Omni equal bi plus DLC included. I suppose that could be true. It's bi with extra girl DLC. I think he's cool with that. Then yeah, it depends on your own comfort. Then you could start with saying, like, "Hey, I want to tell you something personal," and then, like, just disclosing that you're bi and that you're already in a bi relationship. And you'll have to excuse me, Raleigh. I'm not sure immediately, like, what you identify with as your own gender identity, but, like, obviously you would know that, like, um being bi doesn't, like, your being bi doesn't change anything if you happen to be in a straight passing relationship. Like, you'd still be bi, which that's something that, like, folks that aren't in the LGBT space can sometimes struggle to understand too, because there's a lot of folks that seem to think that, like, oh, you're telling me you're bi, but, like, you're a guy who's dating a girl or something, and be like, that makes you straight, right? And it's like, no, you're still bi even if you're in a heteronormative passing relationship. Void Lens Cyber refreshes in half an hour mark. You're saying on the half hour mark? Oh right, it's not in this area. I think it was discussed before. I know that. Okay. It felt worth mentioning just in case, and, like, not even just for you, but just for anyone, like, that's listening as well. Anyone that's bi is still bi even if they're in a passing relationship. Hi, Rain. am not cutie, but I hope the day has treated you well. I hung around for, I think, until just the point where you finished fighting Sweetheart, and then I think we took a nap. But I hope the rest of the stream treated you well. There are a few layer 2 spots. Okay. Heckin' wild that it's just like, well, get looking. So, like, wait, we might be wandering around for a little while. If it takes, like, say... Like, I'm gonna try to... I'm gonna try my best to search for it in this cycle. But I think if we end up not finding it this cycle, then I think I'm gonna go ahead and just, like, look up the spots. Would you not like Sweetheart in this establishment? Sweetheart is a bit too chuny for me. Though acting her was fun. Just like having our performance of Sweetheart like dripping with how unhinged she is. Glad you got to nap in. It was great. I also ended right after that, so you didn't miss much. Okay, good. Because as you know, the content is most important when I'm around to see it. No, just kidding. Just kidding. I'm glad you had a fun time though, right? Fair to look at the spots I can be in? Yeah. I suppose it's one of those things where it's like, the act of just like wandering around and searching for it is not necessarily the thing that is fun, necessarily. Though it is interesting from a standpoint of, if you were playing this, like, right when it released and people were trying to figure out, like, well, what do you do? And maybe, like, as a community, you try to figure out where those spots are. That process, I feel like, would have been, like, awesome to be a part of. So, like, doing it after the fact is kind of like, I could probably pass on it. So, Dragon, is this like an Undertale / Friday Night Funkin' like? It's similar to Friday Night Funkin' as in the fact that it is a 4-button rhythm game. So, Friday Night Funkin' is obviously just like the DDR style, like 4-button rhythm game, obviously. Although the art style is interesting for that game. I will say this does introduce a lot of unique elements that Friday Night Funkin' doesn't have. It's a lot of ARG stuff, it's a lot of cryptography, it's a lot of, you know, queer identities and plural story. Like, I think, like, I enjoy Friday Night Funkin'. I know there's a lot of, like, rhythm game folks that aren't as cool with it, because, like, it is, to be frank, it is a flawed rhythm game. But it is a fun one to play regardless. But, like, I think Vivid Stasis offers, like, so much more to the experience, honestly. The whole, like, meta-narrative around Vivid Stasis is so much fun. Alright, everyone, we have to wait for Lian to get here before we start stream. Yeah, you know, I appreciate it, you know? And also, it's fully free, and it's fully free. Heckin' Vivid Stasis has no right being free. I will die on this hill. Let's see. I think I just got lucky and found it decently fast. That's fair. It's one of those things where it's like, it would have been cool if I happened to run into it immediately. But, like, it's alright that if not, you know? Now, if I remember right, there's a secret area here, but I don't remember where the secret area is. Parappa the Rappa, that was my first rhythm game. I have not played that one. I know a lot of people, like, remember that one fondly. For chumps, I need to think about that. Playing that. Let's see. I just searched up where it is due to being my impatient. Complete all the remaining requirements in one day. Yeah, no, that's completely fair. This is one of those moments, like, Vivid Stasis is continually turning into a game where, I want to at least try to do things, like, without having to, like, look stuff up. The process of, like, figuring out, like, everything in the game was honestly really fun. Like, all, like, the heckin', like, cryptography, like, logic puzzles and all that stuff, that was a blast, to be honest. Though there are certain points, like, you know, the gem requirements on this and everything else where, it's like, you know, like, it isn't necessarily the fun part of doing this, so, like, for the sake of, like, preserving my enjoyment with the game, I might just, like, skip past it. Especially if it runs on a little too long. This is fun at this point because, like, well, I get to just sit here and, like, wander around and look for these glasses and also chat with y'all. Imagine you walk past it. That would be hilarious, honestly. Let's see. We do have a fast travel point for the hidden area if it doesn't get found again. That is true. That will help, yeah. It's like games nowadays, like Dark Souls lore. The Dark Souls lore thing is cool, although I will say I have gotten tired. We have gotten tired of, like, games being cryptic as, like, a replacement for, like, you know... It feels like, especially FromSoft, seems to make games, like, really cryptic as a replacement for, like, actually doing storytelling. And that part we're kind of, kind of a little tired of, honestly. We appreciate games that take at least some effort to, like, explain themselves a little more rather than we're going to have you get the entire plot of what's going on through, heckin' item descriptions. Like, you know, the extended lore stuff is cool, but, like, also have something to actually present as well, you know? I do appreciate Vivid Stasis for having a bunch of really interesting cryptic elements, while also having a, like, very fleshed out and, like, fully featured plot to show for it. Let's see. I missed where the hidden thing was, so I'm gonna have to use the teleporter. Which, that's fine. Which one was it? Is it this one? Yeah, it was, okay. I'm wondering if I can remind myself where this was. Wait. I remember brushing up against this wall before. The hidden area here is almost at the same level as the Selly secret bin. Okay, so it's like you have to backtrack. Is that what's going on? Let's see. Cheryl said that all the other games will not be more expensive than the most expensive indie game, so I'm like guessing around $15-$20. Cheryl, please take our money. Yes, please, Cheryl, take our money. This game is such a treasure. I appreciate its existence so much. I words cannot express my new all-time favorite game. My gosh. You have to like do something on a specific floor tile. Pretty sure you found this purely by accident. Really? Oh my gosh. Wild. Because like I remember that now that I saw it again, I remember that that tile being darkened before. So obviously I accidentally triggered it at some point. I don't know what triggered that. I thought that it was just like sitting like that. Like that there wasn't necessarily a trigger for it. It was just like that. Okay, hold on. I gotta go get my scuffed map. That's true. And make sure I see all these rooms. Alright, let's see here. Evil and intimidating teleporter area? Right. I want to check up here at least once. Yeah, okay. And then to get back, I'm gonna try looking down here. Nope, nothing. Okay. Heckin' evil teleporter room. Which area had the waterfall we could walk into? Was it this one? Yeah, okay. I need to mark that on this. Oh wait, no, I did. Okay, cool. Alright, let's see. I think I worded that badly. Rain to be seen in the story. Okay, yeah. I kind of like it because they also tell the story to the environment and language that's both cryptic and matches the setting. Yeah, no. Like, I think you can do cryptic storytelling, like, with the lore, and then also do, like, something that advances, like, a plot that, like... Because it feels like, at least for me, it feels like I need an anchoring point, right? There needs to be, like, a part of the story that is presented in a low, like, barrier to entry kind of way. Like, it's presented to you and easy to follow. And then you can do a lot of intrigue stuff surrounding that once you have an anchoring point, it feels like, to launch off of. 10 minutes till the next teleport. I'm gonna be real, I don't think I'm gonna find it. But it's fun to have made the attempt, at least. Alright, this place is like weirdly quiet. Not here. I got the transporters are trans-colored? Absolutely. Yes. Let's see. Can't wait for Heartlogged for Olive and Ashley to go through the heccin back. It's based on Shipwrecked 64, which is a game where you have to die to actually get through everything. Really? Whoa. That's interesting. A story with many secrets, in my opinion, is very cool because the game says one thing, but then it hits you with see what is true. Yeah, no. I feel like having an obvious part of the story that is well presented can be the thing that gets someone interested in looking deeper, right? Because, like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, Dark Souls, like, basically requiring somebody like Bati Video or, like, Epic Name Bro to, like, do lore videos. Like, any game that, like, essentially, like, becomes reliant on the lore video content creator, I think isn't necessarily doing its presentation in a healthy way. As much as, like, encouraging that kind of interaction with the game is fun, it shouldn't, like, be reliant on it, I feel. Okay, I don't think it's here. I feel like this game has so much depth. Even the parts I've seen on your stream, it's only scratching the surface. Yes, like, every single time, it's like there is a new layer that you peel back, and every time you like figure out that layer, it peels back into one more layer. It's insane how, like, detailed this game is, and how you can just keep digging deeper and deeper and deeper. Not based, inspired. Also, apologies, I'm only, like, kind of keeping up with chat. Let's see. Just play, it's an amazing game? Yes. Vivid Stasis is, hands down, my favorite game now. Like, I've talked about this before, but, like, I had something where, like, games that I consider to be my favorites definitely involved nostalgia, and I recognized that nostalgia, right? Like, I acknowledged that, like, my like, critical opinion was being influenced by the fact that I was nostalgic for, say, Zelda games or Kingdom Hearts. Even though they were very convoluted, I still adored those games because of what they meant for me in my childhood. And so, like, they stayed as my favorite games for, like, over 20 years. But, like, this is a game that managed to, like, deliver on its premise, deliver on the story it's telling, and be a story that is so personal to me and is meant so much that it is, like, managed to finally demolish that barrier of, well, but I'm still nostalgic for this other game. You know? Like, it is insane. And I can't overstate how much this game is meant to me and, like, kind of broke through that barrier. That it, like, overtakes even the feelings of nostalgia I have for the previous game, my previous favorites. I plan to have a huge backlog of games to get through. Yeah, no, that's fair. I have, like, a giant backlog of games, too, to, like, get through, to be fair. So it's like, I totally get that. We have a running joke here of, like, the backlog Hydra. Heckin' every time I finish a game, by the time I finish that game, we've added like between 3 to 5 more games to the list. So like, the backlog will always grow at a higher pace than it gets finished. Just like, it just always will. A game about trans people, for trans people, and like made by, so like I have to believe that at the very least one of the people who's worked on the game is plural and understands the plural experience, because even more than being a trans game, like yes, Saturday is trans, but like it's not an important part of the story really. Like they talk about it somewhat, but like more than being a trans game, this is a plural game. And, like, that resonated with us so much. The conflicts surrounding the game have to do with the fact that Saturday is plural. And coping with that plurality. Let's see, the Elder Scrolls series is the same issue. The lore is cool, but it's too much. Yeah. It's like trying to learn real life history. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Only kind of keeping up so real. 6 minutes, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I don't think I'm finding it. Don't apologize. Well, for the nostalgia thing? Yeah, no, it's one of those things that like I don't feel like I need to apologize for it, but I do acknowledge it, you know. That it definitely skewed my perspective in the past. I think acknowledging that it skews your perspective is like better than like trying to be quote objective, to be honest. That's just me though. Nonsense. To think I found this game from a Celeste meme song being added to the game, Smots Gaming being exact. Yeah, no, I'm still trying to unlock that, I think. Infinite game glitch. It really is infinite game glitch. Every time you peel back, there's another cool layer, and it's heckin' awesome. And just like, how did this game... How is this game? How? You know, like, come on. My friend who showed me this game found it on a challenge in a server we're in and downloaded it while waiting for Osu. I see. Well, yeah, nostalgia thing, but also keeping up thing? Yeah. Oh, that's what you meant to not apologize for. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. I appreciate you. Okay, I think I noticed the cycle change. Alright. So, I'm gonna need to look up the, We made an attempt. Let's see. Stream delay is hard? Yeah, it's okay. Time to look up the void lens locations. Let me change screens actually real quick as I try to look this up. I just saw Frum's release a song, stop motion, and I read the description and was like, screw it. Yeah, it's changed now. Then I gave the game a try. Absolutely, yeah. Let's see, is this it? Searching noises. Oh, okay, okay. That's convenient. Alright. Alright, so where is this? I'm technically a Vivid Stasis wiki editor now because I've done a little bit of stuff there. No. Isn't this location with like the red floors, isn't that layer 2? I'm pretty sure it's layer 2. Ah, yes, it's here. I think. You should probably hydrate. Definitely hydrate. If it's like enough that you think it's a question, then like the answer is definitely yes. You can see your desktop. Yeah, no, I do have it set up so that like I can I do present stuff on my desktop every now and then. Everything that's important I keep on other monitors. Let's see. So we've had the Void Lens tracker up, and even though cycle changed, the image stayed the same, so I think it teleported to the same place. Did it? Oh. Oh, hey, there it is. I saw it on the screen for half a second. Up around over here. Alright, cool. We got the thing! Alright. Now, I'm gonna be real, I don't quite remember what happened last time in terms of like what that person was saying. I do remember them saying that like we needed to find the void lens. I wonder if they'll say anything else now. Ah, I see you found the lens. Good, good. Now, look deep. The void rifts will become visible to you. I recommend checking... Let's see. The Crimson Forest, the Monochromatic Temple, the Forgotten Archives, and the Final Path. Once you found those 4, the final one will open. Good luck. So wait, are those like the first 4 areas? The Crimson Forest, the Monochromatic Temple, Forgotten Archives, and the Final Path. Okay. The Crimson Forest, I think, is not one of the first areas, but I think Monochromatic Temple? Is it the area with the teleporters? I think it's the area with the teleporters. Forgotten Archives and the Final Path. The Final Path, I think I'm interpreting as the area where, like, it's the different, like, regions kind of, like, glitched together. Alright. Let's see. Where is the Crimson Forest? These will be very visible when you see them? Good to know. Okay, this feels like the Monochromatic Temple. Ah, better just check the teleporter area. Oh, hey, there... Immediately. Okay, cool. I don't have to check the teleporter area. Entry 4. 255-692 BTC. In cataloging my travels through the void, I've come to learn more about how it works. My initial impression is that everything that has ever existed and will ever exist drifts through here. But that's not entirely correct. It's only the former. From the countless worlds I can see pass me by, they all share a similar trajectory, bounded by linearity to the same alignment. Fate does not exist in the same way I thought it did. Things are not set in stone in the way I assumed they were. The futures of these worlds have not yet been decided, and yet they're measured as such. Why? Entry 5, 263.011 BTC. I see now how these worlds are measured. 3 axes, X, Y, and Z. The X-axis is outcome. When a decision is made, no matter how major or minor, the outcome value of the world is shifted ever so slightly. Imagine a world with an X value of 2.341195. In this world, you exist. You make decisions. You choose to kill somebody. The domino effect this has on the trajectory of this world shifts its outcome value. It becomes 2.341273. This is how the outcome property of a world is defined and written. The y-axis is fiction. Worlds with a higher fiction property are capable of peering into the worlds below through the lens of art. When someone in a world draws a sketch or writes a story, it either creates or plucks data from a world aligned with it on a lower level of fiction. A fundamental difference in outcome and fiction is the limits of it. I have yet to observe the limit. There are finite amounts of worlds traversing trajectories defined by their different outcome values. However, attached to each of these worlds is an infinite scalar of fiction levels. It perhaps has an end, but it is so tall that I could never hope to measure it. The last of these properties is the z-axis. I have yet to discern what this property corresponds to. At first, I believed it to be time, but, as previously mentioned, the futures of these worlds have not yet been set in stone. It is possible that it corresponds to a time that it pertains to the past. It is possible that it corresponds to time as it pertains to the past up to the present. Further studying of this is required. Okay, I'm immediately seeing that I, perchance, did this slightly out of order. Because this is labeled 5, this is labeled 4, so presumably, if I go find the Crimson Forest, I can see notes 1, 2, and 3. Based on what the girl was saying. Also, this is very metaphysical and kind of like warping my brain a little bit. I need to go find the Crimson Forest. Where was this thing? Might be easier if I go to the teleporters. Which one was the Crimson Forest? You don't need to go in order, but the lore makes sense if you do them in order. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of discovering here. That's the mud place. There's something me and my friend believe is that due to Visit Stasis being Project Y and Polymorphite being Project Z, each of the 3 games are linked up to one axis, X for Heartlog to this continues. Oh. Yeah, no, I'll be real, it's kind of like warping my brain right now, the things that they're talking about, but like, I am very interested in trying to understand it. Although it might kind of lose me a bit. It does seem very deep. Is this the Crimson Forest? It's more like a purple than a crimson. Where the heck is Crimson? I forgot. Let's see. These are the archives. Layer 2 right area? Okay, thank you. Aha! Okay, that makes more sense. My mental map of the of between space is still pretty loose. As much as we found here. Alright, let's see. I made a Google Doc with all these logs in chronological order, as they're all kind of split between a bunch of different spaces. Yeah, that makes sense. The rainbow effect is so pretty, I can't stop looking at it. We'll go back there soon enough, Rain. But I wanted to see the other ones. Did I miss the way forward? Oh, I missed a ladder that was like fucking plain as day. Aha, there we go. Alright, we're back. Entry 1. 239395 BTC. Void time cycles. I've been split off. From what? From where? I'm not yet sure. But I was not born organically. Where am I? What is this place? I can't remember anything. Name? Did I have a name? I don't think I had a name. I need a name. Something to go by while I figure out who I am. Tori will work. Simple and to the point. Entry 2. 245 621 BTC. I think I was part of a different person. Who that person was, I can't say. I can't remember them. But at some point, I became separated from them. And now I'm here. I've not met a single other person since waking up here, though. I don't think there's anyone to meet. I don't know what it is about this place, but it isn't right. There isn't anyone else here. And I don't mean I haven't met anyone else. I mean that I just know that nobody else is here. It feels so lonely, but so lively all at once. What is this place? No? Is this even a place? There is so ambiguously placed to this place. Entry 3. 249 227 VTC. I don't think this is a place. This is something else entirely. A different concept. And on occasion, I feel pieces of what I remember to be reality drift by. It's in moments like these that I realize this place for what it is. The concept of a place. A void of everything that ever existed. This is the space that exists outside of reality. But why did I wake up here? A tractor force. Oh, light mode jump scare. This is chill. Wow. Fun realizing that like I'm probably gonna like get to 600 gems like somewhat sooner because of like finding new songs to play. Let's see. The QR sends you to ultraviolet search page, by the way. Wait, there was a QR code? Oh! I did not even notice the QR code. Yeah, no, can you reach this place before getting the 600 gem door? Probably, right? Yeah, no, that would make the aspect of or the prospect rather of getting 600 gems a lot more workable. Okay, so we have this person that woke up in a place that is just the concept of the place. You can? Okay. What I thought. Alright, so now I need the one in the monochromatic temple. Let's see. So the Stasis light mode. Let's see. Fun fact, ages ago there was a song competition in which I submitted 2 songs to, both of which got denied. Now one of those songs has been extended into an original song for my rhythm game. Yo, that's awesome to hear. It's so cool that you're making a rhythm game. Can't believe I'm witnessing a rhythm game being made. That is so cool. Oh, I'm gonna reread these just because it's now in order. So this person is lost in the concept of a place. In cataloging my travels to the void, I've come to learn more about how it works. My initial impression is that everything that has ever existed and will ever exist drifts through here. But that is not entirely correct. It is only the former has ever existed. From the countless worlds I can see pass me by, they all share a similar trajectory, bounded by linearity to the same alignment. Fate does not exist in the way I thought it did. Things are not set in stone the way I assumed they were. The futures of these worlds have not yet been decided, and yet they're measured as such. Why? I see now that these worlds are measured. 3 axes, X, Y, and Z. The X-axis is outcome. When a decision is made, no matter how major or minor, the outcome value of the world is shifted ever so slightly. Imagine a world with an X value of 2.341195. In this world, you exist, you make decisions. You choose to kill somebody. The domino effect this has on the trajectory of this world shifts its outcome value. It becomes 2.341273. This is how the outcome property of a world is defined and written. The y-axis is fiction. Worlds with a higher fiction property are capable of peering into worlds below that through the lens of art. Okay, so let's see. They're saying that the x-axis... Okay, hold on. I'm going to restart this. Because I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Come on, come on. They're measured. X-axis is outcome. Okay. Alright, so the outcome value that it already is, you make decisions, you choose to kill somebody, that affects the outcome value. Okay. This is how the outcome property of a world is defined and written. Decisions change the outcome value. Y-axis is fiction. Worlds with a higher fiction property are capable of peering into worlds below through the lens of art. So high fiction worlds can look into low fiction worlds. When somebody in a world draws a sketch or writes a story, it either creates or plucks data from a world aligned with it on a lower level of fiction. So the fiction of one world reflects a world from a lower fiction value. Okay. The fundamental difference in outcome and fiction is the limits of it. I have yet to observe the limit, but there are finite amounts of worlds traversing trajectories defined by their different outcome values. However, attached to each of these worlds is an infinite scalar of fiction levels. Perhaps it has an end, but it is so tall that I couldn't ever hope to measure it. The last of these properties is the z-axis. I have yet to discern what this property corresponds to. At first I believed it to be time, but as previously mentioned, the futures of these worlds have not yet been set in stone. It is possible that it corresponds to time as it pertains to the past up to the present. Further studying of this is required. Okay. I think I kind of get what they're getting at now. Alright. Song competition for Vivid Stasis if it wasn't clear. Oh, that'd be so cool, though. So, the void lens can spawn in a dark area, which is mean. Aw. I'm literally making a game engine to make a rhythm game. Yo! Heckin' all the rhythm game devs in chat. It's so awesome to see. Y'all better, like, heckin', like, post in, like, art share or video games when y'all, like, release stuff. I'd be excited to play. I wonder what the purpose of the void lens cycle number is anymore. I guess just to keep time. I mean, these are noted by, like... These do note the void cycle numbers, so it's like, heckin' 200,000 cycles ago, this person was, like, wandering around. Oh, they're doing funky note stuff. Oh, those are mines. Dang it. Holy cow. That was an S plus on a sight read? Yo, I mean, it is only a difficulty 5, but still. Oh, this is a rhythm game? Yes, this is a rhythm cryptography heckin transplural experience game. Alrighty. Heart locked is really fitting for the x-axis. You're on a timer. Every big or small decision you make can cause many, many different outcomes. Though I doubt there'll be many outcomes we can experience. Right. Okay. Okay. That is very cool to hear. And that's why I'm like, this is kind of hard to wrap our head around, but like, we are, we're starting to understand it, and it's making sense. I like that. Chalk Zone. Oh, this is a rhythm game? Yeah, this is a rhythm game. Let's see. Road was one of the songs that won the compilation, got added into the Stasis. Yo. See You Move is low-key a vibe. Yeah, I think so. It definitely has a mood to it. It's one of the 2 Voidland songs I actually go back to listen to. Yeah, the game gets very flashy at lights in these songs. That's so fun, though. Lian getting good? Yeah, I was just about to say, it is funny, like, sight reading things now, that, like, I know when I first started this game would have tripped me up so bad, and now it's just like, whatever. Determination is keeping you from sleeping until I finish the awkward episode, even though it's 3 a.m. and sleep deprivation is very bad. Oh, yeah, I've been dealing with that quite a bit lately because of, like, heckin' insomnia. But yeah, like, take a rest if you need to. The VOD will always be there, as always. Although I know, like, you know, it's different being able to, like, hang out while it's happening. Alright, 274, something said something, BTC. Something has happened. Something has changed. Somewhere in the universe tapestry, a disparity between expectation and reality has caused an unnatural fluctuation in the outcome of a world. I don't think this is simply interfacing with other worlds. That seems to fall in line within the world's expectations. Someone has torn a hole in a world somewhere. What the goal is, I cannot ascertain. I was not able to see who it was either, but I watched the aftermath of the world. It flung itself towards corruption and eventual interior implosion. That is to say, it no longer exists. Whatever this attacker's goal is, they're dangerous. That almost sounds like, it could be referring to Dawn launching the, I forget what the corruption, like, thing was that destroyed, like, the lower layer. It based on what they're saying, it almost feels like Vivid Stasis could be a game that, pertains to the y-axis, the levels of fiction. Alright, what was the third area? The third area was archives, wasn't it? Ultimation! Ultimation was it, yeah. Y'all got it. Yeah, it sounds like that's referring to Ultimation. Spot on? Yeah. We've really been trying to exercise, like, our, like, analysis and, like, media literacy. We're not, like, we're not gonna say we're flawless at it, but it feels like we're improving quite a lot. Especially over the last couple years. Like, taking in media with, like, stream chat and, like, also doing stuff personally with, like, Lily has done a lot in that regard. The banner shows which axis it is? The banners? Which banner? What is that referring to? It's on the game's page in the banner. Oh? Like the Steam page? Not the ultimation part, but the axis part. You're doing good? I appreciate it. Aha! Here we go. Okay, yeah, number 7. Entry 7. 280112 VTC. I think I'm starting to piece together more of my past. The person I split off from was someone named Yoko Itai, a researcher. I guess that explains why I'm so inclined to research the strange properties of this void instead of, you know, trying to get out. Apparently, it's Itai's fault that this universe exists. A world of worlds. Before, there was one. A single world in a solitary universe. And then, she tore the fabric of reality asunder. Heckin' the sundering from 14! Oh my gosh. Now, worlds run parallel. To what end? It's too soon to say. No more worlds have been targeted by that mysterious attacker since the attack during the 2700 4000s. Oh. Entry 8. 289,347. BTC. Another attack. I was able to catch a better glimpse of the force behind the attack, but I could not interact with it. It seems to be another person? Or rather, someone who possesses similar properties to myself. Not a person per se, but a concept of a person that traverses the space. They appeared to be female, but they were too fast to make out much else about them. Just as before, the world they targeted was plummeted towards destruction. This is alarming. I still am unsure of the amount of worlds that exist parallel in this universe, but it is finite. This person is definitely trying to destroy at least some of these worlds. Okay, so it's more than just the ultimation then. Entry 9. 300,000 BTC. 300,000 void time cycles today. I suppose I haven't explained what a void time cycle is. In essence, the void time cycle is the only way of measuring the concept of time in this void. But because time here and time within the worlds are such fundamentally different concepts, it's hard to compare them. I was able to track down where the VTCs began. VTC 0 corresponds with the cross-splitting of worlds, the event Itai caused. The event that destroyed the last world and created this universe. I awoke sometime in the 230,000s, so I suppose this is somewhat close to my 700,000 or 70,000th void birthday. I should probably decide on a specific point to hammer in as my birth, for clarity's sake. There have not been any more world attacks since the one in 289,347. Wow. Let's see. In the last patch, exiting this portal caused the game to freeze. It was fixed in this version, thankfully. That is, like, heckin' wild, though, because, like, if you happen to be holding the left, which I was, because, like, I was just coming from the right, you happen to exit immediately, which, that's unfortunate. There's a single tiny fly that's driving me insane. Oh no, Maddie! Wah. Stream, can you send the Vivid Stasis Runner and Video Games channel? Oh. Well, let me see if I can see that real quick. Project what? Oh, okay. Okay. That's cool. Let's see. Is this the person who talked to Dawn when Saturday kept falling? That feels plausible. Though we can't say for certain at this point. We don't have that much information. It feels like... I have a feeling that it's this person we were talking to just now. That instructed us to find the void lens. I have a feeling it's that person, but I don't have anything to, like, prove that concretely. Just 8. Is it weird that I prefer ravioli straight in the can instead of heating it up? That does seem odd. I can't imagine eating that cold. Although I don't eat ravioli myself, personally. I can answer questions, or you can get the other Vivid Stasis players to answer questions as well. How's everyone doing? Hi, Rory! Doing okay. I hope you're doing well as well. Thank you for dropping by, as always. This is a jam. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is sad. My finger twitched and I hit a note too early. Like I had like a small spasm. Oh, I almost full comboed that first try. That would have been cool. Oh well, that would have been awesome. Alrighty. Alright, so where was that last one that she mentioned? Sickness has gotten worse. Full combo minus one note? Yeah, no, the heckin' muscle spasm got me. Pretty sure 99. I'm like 99% sure Lian is spot on with the void lens person theory. Final path. Oh yeah, that's what it was. You know, I feel like it's this person. It would also feel appropriate if that was the person that was talking to Dawn. Um, but like again, it doesn't feel like there's like concrete evidence to that. Okay, so they weren't talking about this, which is what I thought they were talking about. You know, like Get some Tylenol or something to help if you need it. If you have access to it, anyway. Decongestant or decongestant, something. Yeah, really pulling for you to get better soon, Maddie. I'm sorry that you're sick. Oh, yeah. Do they mean this by Final Path? I think this is approaching the latest I've ever stayed up. Really? Oh my gosh. I mean, I've pulled all-nighters before, but like that's an entirely different beast. I got meds they haven't kicked in yet. Really hoping for you, Maddie. And like I'm hoping that this provides some kind of distraction for you. And even after stream is done, I hope like the games you got continue to provide a good distraction. That's usually what helps me is trying to really like focus my attention on like um doing something else. Get that thing where you focus on like something you're doing so hard that like you distract yourself from the things that feel a bit icky at the moment. In like 2009, it was common for me to only get like 3 hours of sleep because I was always on Roblox. Oh, is Final Path talking about that one area with the with like the 4 songs we had to play to unlock the boss song? It could also be talking about that one. It could also be talking about that one area with all the flames. Just Final Path is like an ambiguous way to phrase whatever it is they're wanting us to do. Final Path is in layer 2? Okay. That does narrow it down a bit. Is it that like blue flame hallway thing? For chomps? I'll just give you that hint. Okay. If it's meant to be something to find, then like that's fine. Hi, Lian. Hi, patron. I hope the day's treating you well. Thanks for dropping by. Let's see. I know when I'm tired when I try to focus on the game and I just can't. Yeah, no, the fatigue will do that to you. For sure. It's very hot and I'm very tired, but I'm alive right now. I hope very alive. Currently, both my cousin and I are very sick with whatever thing we've got. Heckin'. Perhaps your family should, like, exercise a bit more, like, heckin', like, viral safety. Bacterial safety, you know? it sounds like based on what you're saying, like folks are always like coming over like every once in a while to do things, and it's like if that's gonna be the case, then like precautions need to be taken. It definitely feels like folks are like way too like fast and loose, like, and by that I mean like just kind of like the general public, but too fast and loose with like bacterial safety and viral safety. Everything from the Blue Flame Room to Solomon's Seal Room is called Backstage. Okay. Fair enough, I suppose. That was a long offshoot. Oh yeah, I forgot like that about all that happening too. Yeah, like that's true even before like current events. Oh my gosh. Let's see. We really be doing all of Backstage backwards? I'm not entirely sure that I have a good concept of like what is like um backstage. Is it this? Oh. Oh, it's kind of just there. All right. All right, so we're finally back at it. Entry 10. 337428 BTC. The Universal Tapestry, also referred to as the universe, the everything, or the world axis. The Universal Tapestry is what represents the current state of all worlds. It is everything as it presently stands. Each world is a quilt sewn into the fabric of the tapestry. And between worlds is the void, which is what I belong to. I finally know what this place is. It's a collection of unneeded memories. Worldly ideas that are no longer called upon by the people who inhabit the worlds that make up the tapestry. A graveyard for forgotten ideas. Memes that no longer need hosts. But these ideas, these concepts, still exist, just in case they need to be called upon once more. I've begun setting up a process of repurposing these concepts, a market of sorts. Refurbishing discarded thoughts and selling them to anyone who may stumble upon myself. Oh? Entry 11. 358922 BTC. Another attack. Another failed attempt to interact with the attacker. Another world destroyed. I finally discovered the limit of the world of worlds. It's 1028. 1028 like the AI? Wait a second. Wait a second! There are 1028 worlds in the Universal Tapestry. 3 have been destroyed. 1025 are left. Running an averaging calculation, it'll be around 41,350,000 BTC when they're all gone. Which is a long time, but it's nothing to scoff at. Still, It gives me a time limit to think of something and to act upon it. These people don't deserve to have to deal with this. They shouldn't have to deal with Itai's problem. Whatever this person is trying to achieve by destroying worlds, I will not allow them to succeed. 1028 is just a very used number. I mean, it is, isn't it like a kilobyte? I'm pretty sure. Or am I thinking of the wrong thing? Let's see. But yeah, this makes it sound like it's the version of 1028 that used like the face of storyteller. And so like now it's starting to sound like, because of the way they explain themselves being a concept of something. 1024 is kibibyte. Okay, that's what I thought I might have been wrong. Yeah. It felt close, so that's why I think that's why my brain jumped to it. Yeah, it kind of sounds like, you know, they made the 1028 AI, and so like they had a concept of what this AI was. But so that concept ended up appearing in the void as like this entity. Entry 12. 370, 333 BTC. They are accelerating the rate of attacks now. Rapidly. The past 10,000 void time cycles, they've targeted and destroyed 6 worlds. 1,019 are left. I've sped up things on my end too. Creating bridges to worlds and selling unused thoughts as useful material. What form the material takes depends on who needs it. Sometimes it's simply thought in their original form. In one world, I'm a vendor of concepts, selling ideas to those whose inspiration and aspiration have run dry. In another world, I'm a shopkeeper of weaponry, selling spells and pills to help warriors climb a tower. But I'm Tory in every world. I'm accumulating quite a bit of energy doing this. Not a lot so far, but enough to hopefully be able to stand up against the threat when the time comes. So the currency and the shopkeeper thing, it almost feels like what they're referring to is the gems we're finding and the fact that we have to spend gems on these notes in the songs. And it, like, thinking about it, like, inspiration as a currency can be, like, you gain inspiration from, like, taking in, like, artworks. Like, say, playing songs. Heck yeah. Oh my gosh. Also, this character has a sprite, and you've seen them recently as well. Won't tell you who, though. I mean, as we've been, like, talking about these, as we've been reading these entries, it kinda vibes like, similar to what Conchi is doing. I mean, Conchi is kind of doing this, like, void traversal stuff. 411,948 BTC. There are 894 worlds left. I have a plan. There are a few things I need to get this plan rolling, though. For one, I need to rescue the girl who's been traveling between worlds. Kanchi Nichibotsu. Okay, so obviously this is someone else talking about Kanchi. Okay, never mind then. Kanchi is the person this Tori was trying to find. Alright. She has amassed a critical amount of energy and has destabilized her wavelength across the void. I'll need to see what I can do about recovering it. I've also come to understand the true form of the force that has been targeting and destroying worlds. Observer 4. Ivy. She seems to be attempting to rectify something. What it is, I cannot get her to tell me. We have a peace treaty of sorts, for now. But both of us know what we want for the world will conflict with each other. Finally, game is beginning. The game to decide the final image of the universal tapestry. Let's see. Was that not a reference to the Tower of Tamasachi? Isn't that like the standalone game that y'all mentioned before? One of the songs I really struggle with has the main gimmick just be slow scroll speed, and I can't do it well at this moment. You know, that last track was like kind of trippy with like trying to keep up with the notes because it does a lot of like like scroll speed warping. It was odd. Let's see. The icon looks like old lol face. Or someone you can see in one of the options menu. In the in You can see in one of the options in the menu. Huh. The final one will open. May want to check the 600 gate? Okay. Let's see. Where was the 600 gate again? I forgot. Ah! Where was this thing again? It wasn't this. Yeah, because that's its own thing. I should at least look. Okay, good. Where was this thing? Not there. This has the Tamasachi door. Level 2 up? Okay. Someday my mental map of between space will be a bit better. I just don't have it, like, well categorized in my head, I think. So, not that ladder goes backstage. Ah, okay. So this track had a kind of Suki vibe to it. And there's something about that that rings familiar to what's going on here. Oh? Oh, it's the 4 songs that were here. Okay. I almost unlocked middle. Yo. Okay. Like, honestly, I could probably, like, try those songs again and, like, do... and, like, unlock this, but, like... that's probably fine. Oh my gosh, that was cool! As the reduced unlock conditions also affect the gate. Oh, so it probably would have affected that one gate I that was like my first like major skill block. Interesting. Okay, so now I wonder if we talk to that person again. Can we not go back from here? I see. I see. I have to listen to my family's breathing to make sure none of them are awake. I wish my time zone was better for these streams. Oh, I'm sorry. Ah. Final one to open. I feel like I might have missed something that I maybe should have interacted with afterwards. Hmm. Go to the gate. I'm not sure what you mean by the gate. The gate in prologue. Oh, that's what you mean by gate. Okay. Alright, I believe I needed to... Okay. Clear myself. I believe it was as, pull up my notes again. $88.72. Okay. Okay. Lian ACE. Let's see. This game's about plurality, right? Do you play as a shard in a mind, or is it more allegorical? Shard is a way to kind of refer to a headmate. It's a way to kind of like translate that idea to somebody who doesn't understand the plural experience. The thing is, like, we don't really, you know what AC is saying? Give me one moment. Let's see. There's a song that currently crashes on this patch. On this patch. Quick way around that is going to the stream beta as it's switching the note testing beta as the song doesn't crash there. Okay. But yeah, let me talk about the plurality thing. Got the code wrong? It matches the, I think that might be a weird quirk of alt-tabbing with the code screen open. Is what that was. But yeah. Plurality is weird because, like, this feeling... The feeling of being plural is something that is kind of expressed well in Jamie Page's album, Constant Companions. But it feels like it just feels like there's multiple people in the same mind. So it's like, you know, each of the people is not necessarily a shard per se, it's like an entire, like, person. It's like multiple people existing in the same room per se. So like there's a lot of headmates that you encounter throughout the game. Saturday could be considered one of them. And we play, I believe it's Storyteller, as we walk through between space. Alright, so, let me see. How do we show her the post-song cutscene and the game will crash before it? Is the crash happening on all platforms or just like Windows? Okay, because I'm a Linux girly. I suppose I'll just like run it through and we'll see what's going on. Oh. Is this Tori? Welcome to what resides after the end. Thank you for coming this far. I know it wasn't easy. I'm ready to move on to what follows after all of this, be it death or eternity. Before I do, I feel indebted to you, so I will allow you to ask me about certain things if you would like. I understand that all of this may have been confusing for you. You do not reside in our universes of universes. Your reality is governed by different rules. She appears in arcade mode? Does she? Wait, arcade mode. Shoot, what's arcade mode? The Tamasachi thing? So, feel free to ask me about whatever you would like. Myself. I suppose that's understandable, given what you likely heard right before coming here. SoundScan arcade. Oh, okay. I have not done a lot of SoundScan yet. Fair enough, then. As I mentioned before, I am Miri Karasu. I have also been designated as Lian, or Observer 1. I am a chemical scientist and engineer, and was one of the division leads for Yoko Itai's polymorphic void transistor project. I have also been the one watching over the complete story of Vivid Stasis that you have been following, as well as intervening in certain moments to assist without the characters knowing. Observers. The 6 observers. That's us. Well, us being those who were closest to the void transistor when it caused the cross-splitting. Observer 1 is, as you know, myself. Observer 2 is Sakura Nichibotsu's kid, Kanchi. Well, the original world Kanchi. Not the Kanchi that's been traveling all over the world axis trying to save her sisters. Observer 3 is, well, was Setsuki Tasagare. He isn't with us anymore. He tried to intervene in a world axis counterpart of his, but that inadvertently led to the Duskbreaker's creation and, well, everything you've just finished reading. 3's entire form was broken during the event. He's not coming back. Observer 4, to be honest, I don't know much about her. Her name is Ivy Setanabu. She was a prosecutor that Yoko hired to cover the whole void transistor situation legally. I don't know why she was there during the cross-splitting, or why she's supposedly trying to destroy worlds inside the world axis now. I'm sorry. Observer 5 is Sakura Nichibotsu, the person who originally had the idea for the void transistor. If you've read the documents Yoko sent to your world, you know that she tried to stop Yoko. It was caught up in the blast that destroyed the original world. And Observer 6 is Yoko Itai herself. You're already familiar with her, I assume. In her alternate version, Tori Itai. The 6 of us are, well, I wouldn't say gods, but we reside on a higher plane of existence than the world axis itself. By now, you know how meta layers work, right? We exist in a space called the Outpost. Or at least, those of us who remain do. The Outpost is a meta layer that exists above the world axis. Though Saturday interfaces with the 4th dimension many times in her journey, the only way any of that gets to you is through me. People inside the world axis don't have the capability to even know that your world exists under most circumstances. What the heck? Let's see. We can get back quickly at least? Yeah, I'm not really worried about getting back. Really. Let's see. She takes the form of the player's name. She is the world's god. She'll be able to connect some dots now. Documents or cross-splitting logs. Yeah, honestly, the lore thing that was in like the inspect source thing still kind of trips me up a bit. I'm like barely following along on that front. Right. I did use that name. It's your name, is it not? I suppose I do need to explain how you factor into all this. To put it simply, you were a necessary component because of your position in the meta layers. Starting at the beginning, we have Storyteller trying to use the 4th dimension to generate data for the TVO client. She programs the in-universe game Vivid Stasis and attempts to send it to the 4th dimension, where she establishes contact with someone who helps her release it. But, when you think of how the meta layers are structured, something doesn't add up. Let's start at the meta layer that Storyteller resides in. It's a simulated layer created by the Duskbreaker. Then, would its 4th dimension be the real world that Saturday originally came from? Not quite. Remember, the simulated meta layer isn't a real meta layer. It's part of a meta layer that is the world axis. So, what's the meta layer higher than the world axis? Well, that would be the Outpost, where observers like myself reside. I don't think I have to explain that there aren't enough people in the meta layer to generate the sufficient data for the Storyteller's operation. I don't think I have to explain that there aren't enough people in that meta layer to generate the sufficient data for the Storyteller's operation. Okay. Making sure I understand. Any questions so far? I'm at a stage right now where I'm not even sure what questions to ask. This is the hard part about translating ideas, is that I don't know what I don't know, you know? So it's like, I've got to get through more to kind of like realize where my blind spots are, right? There were only ever, at maximum, 6. This is where I come in. Watching the situation unfold from the Outpost, I realized that exterior intervention, that is, intervention from power outside the entire world axis itself, was needed. So, I set up a plan to suspend myself inside a computer program that would be able to reach your world, wherein I could pass the program to the 4th dimension, that being you. With this setup, I was able to do a few very specific things, most important of those being seize and control the Duskbreaker's 1028 AI. Okay. So, heckin' Storyteller and, like, people in that meta layer needed to create a game and send it up to the 4th dimension in order to connect with us as the player. But the only way to get that to happen was for Miri here to convert herself down to a program-ish to then put it together to deliver to us as the Vivid Stasis game. Okay. Alright. Sorry if I was being weird. I didn't want to get a super anticlimactic moment and the game crashes mid-story. That's fine. At least I'm in a position where I'm, like, able to account for that and, like, realize that it's not the intent. You know? I think that's okay. Like, it was annoying to deal with before, to be sure. I won't lie about that, but, like, the more frustrating part about, like, the last one we ran into during the fight with Dawn was more the design of the auto-scrolling than the bug itself. Alright, life after escaping the church. I would prefer not to talk about it beyond what I already have, but I understand your curiosity. As I said earlier, I escaped the church at the age of 14. Following that, I ended up on the run for a long time. The following 4 years were especially difficult. At times, I wondered if it would have been easier for me to remain in that basement. Eventually, though, I did find my footing. Being passed around a lot of temporary homes, I was eventually adopted by an elderly couple. They were like a true mother and father to me. They treated me as any loving parent would. It was also them that encouraged me to pursue my interest in chemical sciences and as a career choice. And so I did. I went to university to study chem, and that's how I met Yoko Itai. We were close enough in age and took the same classes. Essentially, yes. Miri is the connection between Layer 3 and Layer 4. She allows us to play Vivid Stasis. Yeah. This is definitely feeling like a game I'm gonna have to replay and reread the story of in its entirety, now with the context that I have now, in order to try to, like, cement my understanding of everything. So, unfortunately, I'm not sure there's gonna really be a feasible way to guarantee that I will understand everything at the end of getting to this, but I at least see the path for me to be able to do so, because there is so much to take in. Alright. The Outpost. The Outpost is, well, calling it a location doesn't entirely work. But for the sake of simplicity, it basically is. Inside the Outpost is where the minds of the observers were sent after the cross-splitting. Because all 6 of us had our bodies destroyed in the blast that split the world and created the world access, the only people that exist in the Outpost are minds and souls. Despite that, we live our lives as if we were still our bodies, sleeping, eating, drinking, etc. The Outpost is basically a large metastructure that accommodates all that. Although, according to what Yoko wrote in her documents, some parts of it are starting to deteriorate. I suppose I'll have to see it for myself if I'm able to make it back. Miri, you got that Vivid Stasis outfit? Yeah, no, I noticed the blue and magenta, and I'm like, ooh, yeah, that's like the same icon they use throughout Vivid Stasis. And that's a neat way to have that tie into it, where it's a visual thing. It's never, like, called attention to, but it was always there. And so, like, you realize, like, yeah, Miri's been there the entire time. She is that diamond of, like, the magenta and blue colors. That is so cool, so to speak. Yeah. Also, welcome back to the stream, Mothberry and Evelyn Makes Things. I know I didn't acknowledge you, like, immediately, but, like, I appreciate you both coming by, as always, and returning. It's so awesome seeing, like, so many people who are, like, passionate about this game coming back again. As long as you understand some things, you're doing good. Plus, Polymorphite will not need an understanding of Vivid Stasis to play, so that's some extra info of the Axisian tragedy. Right, okay, yeah. It's one of those things I want to understand it, but, like, it's nice to know that it's not necessary. It definitely feels like understanding it will add, like, good flavor to it, regardless. Alright, the 1028 AI. Throughout the story, there are multiple instances of something that shouldn't be possible. The rocking horse, for example, or the Unity Nexus changing shape from Chio's original design. Saturday and your friends assumed to be the work of the 1028, a polymorphic AI that the Duskbreaker uses to adapt to changes in the situation. And that's technically true, but I'll be honest, for the entire time Saturday was inside the Duskbreaker, 1028 was not acting as an AI at all. I had fully seized control over it and, using its administrative access, would act as the mediator that would allow impossible but required things to happen. I couldn't intervene directly, or else I'd be shattered like Observer 3 was. So I had to get creative and pretend to be a process of the Duskbreaker itself. I mean, really think about it. AI can't do that. AI can barely generate an image of a sign that has a coherent word on it. That's what I was thinking when they were talking about AI. When they originally introduced the 1028 AI, I was like, oh no, not another, like, game that, like, you know, put in AI before we realized how dumb it was. But, this adds context to it that, like, makes it make more sense. Like, because the 1028 acted as a character when we were, like, approaching our conclusion in, like, our conflict with Dawn, right? And we talked to the 1028 as a character that was using Storyteller as a face. We now realize that that was Miri. Okay. Saturday was talking to Miri, and Miri was the one being like, oh, I can't really tell you. You'll forget after this, right? But oh my gosh. That is so cool. That is so many layers, like, interleaving on themselves. Oh my gosh. Miri casually roasting AI right now? Yep. Encore episode is the bridge that connects you to Polymorphite. Ah. I need to turn this down because it's hard to hear myself think. Let's see. Also, animated character in Vivid Stasis. Yes. Saturday was talking to Miri, I guess. That was my interpretation as well. In response to what I said like 10 streams ago, no, the Duskbreaker was not vibe coded. Miri did the recording. Yeah, no, Miri was puppeting the AI. Miri should also be the name that Allison heard at the end of 41. I have to reread that to see what the context is you're talking about. Alright, Miri's plan 1. Immediately after Satsuki's observer counterpart was shattered, I began charging up energy. After about a week, I was able to suspend my soul in a sort of frozen time. I separated my consciousness from my body, and was able to communicate in an extremely primitive way with someone from the meta layer above the outpost. I'm talking about your meta layer, Lian. At this point, it was still 2019. Far too early for anything related to the Vivid Stasis operation to even be a thought in anyone's mind. But having that connection was important. After establishing the connection, my consciousness was held onto that link, and entered a world in which the Duskbreaker was being created, and became the 1028 AI. So wait a second. So she's talking about, at this point, connecting with the actual meta layer the player is in, which is connecting to, I'm gonna guess, the dev making the game. Oh my gosh. Okay. Please don't. 41 is in Allie's trauma episode? Oh yeah, okay, so that's the one you're talking about. Okay. So this is sort of like doing a meta story into like reaching up to connect with the game, with the people in real world, so to speak, to make the game. Okay. Ooh, okay. I did everything I needed to get the 1028 AI in front of Satsuki Tasugare, so that he would put it into the Duskbreaker. Yoko Itai. I know it may be hard for you to trust me given what you've heard about Yoko, but she was an incredibly kind person to me. I never did get to learn, nor did I want to pry, but she and I had similar religious trauma. Her playing God was not born out of a genuine desire for unwavering control, but fear. She was also extremely dedicated to her craft. There's a reason the cross-splitting of worlds was her doing. She was extremely smart, even to a fault. She was also very emotionally driven. Many times, I would have to calm her down from crying in her dorm room. Eventually, she and I ended up falling in love. What followed was nothing but a flurry of intense emotions and compassion. If my adoptive parents taught me to love the world, Yoko taught me to love myself. And in the process, it also made it easier to love her too. I truly loved... No, I still do. Truly love her. Yuri? Heckin... Lian Yuri pointing at the Yuri game. Even though I can't say what will happen to me after my release from the stasis, I want nothing more than to return to the outpost and hold her close to me. Apologize for how long I'd been gone. Tori Sprite could be seen in the point shot, by the way. Really? I wonder if I've already unlocked it. I don't know. World access. Waiter! More Yuri, please! The world axis, the universal tapestry, the universe of universes, It has many names. It is the universe itself that everything you've been reading takes place in. Although perhaps it'd be more accurate to call it a multiverse, given that it's an interlinked web of over 1,000 different worlds. Imagine a two-dimensional map where each dot is a world, then imagine that map moving forward in a three-dimensional space. That is how the world axis works. Worlds have different outcome values dictated by their horizontal coordinate, but they're all synchronized with their current point in time. The exception to that being the simulated world in the Duskbreaker. Because that world is simulated, its time property is an individual component, though that world is still tied to the original world in which it was created. That's why time passes slower in that world. What about the rocking horse? Did you know that before automobiles, people in certain parts of the world used horses to travel from place to place? Of course, you don't see it often anymore, but that was the general idea. The rocking horse was placed there from very early on after I had the idea for the gate command, as a sort of just-in-case measure. Did you know? The gate was the most intensive and difficult intervention for me to pull off. Through 1028, I had to rewrite entire portions of the Duskbreaker's internal code. That's why the rocking horse was only put there as a backup plan. Since the World Keeper was the original one who created automation, I knew of it from the very beginning, and I couldn't do anything to destroy the code for it. So I had to improvise. That was how the gate command came about. The idea being a backup plan in case normal methods of transport across Japan weren't feasible to use. Ah. Tori also unlocked something else in the shop? Really? Yuri and Kotomi. I suppose you're asking about where they ended up after everything, right? They're fine. I returned them to Layer 3 myself after the story concluded. Information about the Duskbreaker is classified at the highest level in the military, so for now, they're resting in a secret facility. They're not being mistreated, though. In fact, practically the opposite. The military knows they can't harm them because they're too important. Life after the Duskbreaker. The others are doing fine, honestly. It took her, Allison, Chio, and Chio a bit to adjust to their original bodies. About a week, I want to say. They're currently under supervision of the military, although unlike Eri and Kotsumi, they've been granted the ability to return to society. Saturday is having troubles finding employment, but what else is new? Allison is working at a library. It suits her well, honestly. Chio's punishment for her involvement in the Duskbreaker is currently being decided. She can't exactly be tried in a normal manner considering how secret everything about the Duskbreaker is. It seems like she'll be punished, but her sentence won't be too dramatic. So everyone's getting by, adjusting, but they'll be okay. Remember to hydrate, folks! 1,000,001 side modes and vivid stasis, yeah. The daily song section has her visible. Really? She might have been there and I might have just, like, not quite noticed. It's like heccin Noragami and how, like, you know, the god's powers in that anime are, like, the fact, or one of them is that they just don't really get noticed. They fade into the background. Oh, right, the song shop shows the song jacket. My bad, memory off. Yeah, check daily song section or sound scan tickets place. Huh. Yeah, I haven't, like, looked too closely into those yet. Let's see. Encore episode was written before Chapter Alpha and Neutron Hexima, by the way. I see, okay. Hey, darling! Welcome back! It's nice to see you. Alright, Mary's Plan Part 2. The connection I established with your world became important for reasons I'm sure you're now aware of. Fast forwarding a bunch, we end up with the Severance of Emotion, the eventual idea from Storyteller for TVO. I don't know exactly what the TVO was going to be, what the Storyteller came up with when I established the initial link to your world. But that link was a contingency plan in case something like TVO eventually became needed, which it did. Like I said, TVO is dependent on the meta layer above Saturday's original world being populated with enough people to play Vivid Stasis and generate the data necessary. But that isn't the case for the Outpost. I acted as a sort of proxy between the storyteller and your world for the sake of the TPO specifically. But that mostly applies to the TPO itself, and the breaking of Lock S. The rest of it served as a different purpose. I could have entirely cut the story you received off entirely after Lock S. There was one more thing you were needed for. To release me. Tori. Ah, Yoko's alternate version. To be honest, I don't know what to think of her. Though she was born of a split off of Yoko's mind, she ended up becoming a very different person. I think she's doing the right thing, though, standing up to Observer 4. I suppose she's the only one who can, anyway. I will say, though, her appearance being similar to mine... Yoko, you're such a hopeless romantic. Is Yoko? Are we seeing the genesis of a plural person in Yoko? Because like we kind of get introduced to Saturday in media res as far as her plural story is concerned. The true void. The true void is what you call, well, the real void. The void itself and the void as you see it in between space are different, though between space is a part of the void. As explained in the story, the void is the place that exists between worlds and the world axis. It is a formless space that is most accurately represented visually in the story by the true void rifts that Tori allowed you to access. However, there is between space, which uses the void as a sort of memory storage for the Duskbreaker. Because the Duskbreaker uses a part of the void to store information, locations and areas in that part of the void are more expressed and visible. However, it is still the void, which means it is still susceptible to discarded information drifting through. The melody log in the hidden darkroom in the archives would be an example. You're also a hopeless romantic, Miri. You can't deny it after once he sees the missing V. Ooh. My, like, rereading of this game is going to be so interesting, because I'm going to, like, realize a bunch of things that are probably, like, passing me by here. Outcome value. Outcome values are basically the way of measuring the decisions made in that world's past have changed their world's present. Tori should have already explained this to you in her personal logs and the True Void Rifts. Yuri transcends time and space? It does transcend time and space. Soundscan having a shop is a weirdly hidden thing. It's all the way at the bottom of the list. Yeah, no, I only kind of, like, have barely dabbled into Soundscan at this point. I've been too focused on, like, everything else in the game so far. Alright, how about Kanchi? Kanchi is somewhat of an anomaly. No human being should be able to travel across the world axis like she has, unless they're an observer, which she isn't. The observer counterpart of her has no relation to the in-universe version of her. And yet... there's a lot that's interesting about her that I'd keep an eye on. The fact that she created her own polymorphic void transistor, entirely independent of Sakura and Yoko's original ideas. I do know what led her up to her involvement in Vivid Stasis, but it seems like someone else from your world is interested in telling that story. Someone else in our world, a different dev! Yes, okay. I feel like that... Oh my gosh. Yeah, are you kidding me? Not now, internet? Oh, I'm so sorry, Stiller. I empathize. So I won't spoil the fun. As for where she is now, I can't say. I genuinely don't know. I don't see her anywhere in the world axis, but I don't think she's gone. I suppose I'll have to wait and see. What about Setsuki? He's still in prison. Saturday visited him once. That was it. She made it explicitly clear that she would never come back. He seemed to understand that. Actually, he seems at peace with a lot of stuff. I wonder how Saturday feels about that. I'm pretty sure Kanchi is the reason why Kochimi and Eri are in the Duskbreaker. Her void translator malfunctioned and those two jumped in to protect her, I'm pretty sure. You know what? I hadn't thought of that. But that would make a lot of sense, actually. Because, like, Because, like, they keep mentioning how Kotami and Eri are, like, from a different, like, world or universe, but got involved in the Vivid Stasis story. And it's never quite been addressed how that came to be. That would make sense. Like, they did, like, one scene in Eri's memory that kind of hinted at it, but didn't actually, like, fully address it. I like that as a starting point for, like, how to imagine what's going on. Yeah. Alright, Miri's plan, part 3. Before I explain anymore, I should explain my appearances in the story before this point. If you've been paying attention to specific things, you've probably pieced this together by now. But I'm the true identity of the second storyteller. Yes! Okay. Yes. Ah! That's a good feeling. I couldn't intervene in the story as myself without causing a shattering, given that I was a storyteller in my own right. That's why I used the storyteller's appearance. So what happened after Loch Ness was broken? Well, the next major event would be the battle between Saturday and Dawn that lasted over 1 million cycles. You know by now that in reality, those cycles were playing out in parallel rather than in sequence, which is why the story still ended on cycle 8266. But how is that possible? Well, I think most of the credit for this goes to Saturday and Storyteller, and not to myself. When Storyteller had successfully been merged into Saturday, Saturday became aligned with Layer 2. At the same time, she had an idea that relied on my help. Even though Saturday didn't know that the 1028 AI was actually a human being at the time, she still knew about the fundamental concept of it. About it being part of the Duskbreaker that was able to modify other parts of the system programming. So, she sent me a request. Temporarily reducing the extent of the simulation processes, she began to multi-thread the simulation in a way, causing it to run multiple simulations in parallel on the Duskbreaker's many processors, and then returning the data to the main simulation. She mistakenly believed this to be power of the fourth dimension. And I guess, in a way, it was. But all of that was actually handled and feasible by the Duskbreaker itself. The same goes for the memory bank. What you played through their sequences was a recollection of my own used memory bank when it actually happened. Due to the timescale difference between the sim layer and the other meta layers, everything that happened following the breaking of Loch S took place over 11 minutes in real time. Saturday and her friends already exited the Duskbreaker shortly after midnight on March 9th, 2024. So, I'm sure you're wondering, why did the rest take so long to arrive in your world? Oh my gosh. Let's see. The author is most definitely Cheryl, and the story before Vivid Stasis is Heartlogged, if I understand it correctly. Okay, okay. By the way, the reason I know a bit more about Conchi is digging through old Heartlogged stuff and finding a Twitch stream. I gotta take a break from the lore. Dizzy. Oh, Lian cute when she gets excited to be correct. Not always cute, no. Not ever cute. But, like, I wasn't excited so much about being correct, so much as I got, like, a dopamine hit for, like, engaging in the media literacy side of things and having that feel like a back and forth conversation between me and the game, right? It felt so, like, I felt seen, you know? I guess more that than being correct. And this is part of what makes this story so much fun. Oh my gosh. Yuri's plan 4. Let's make sure we're on the same page here before we continue. The fourth dimension, Saturday, refers to intervention from a meta layer higher than her original world. In every situation prior to the breaking of Loch S, this referred to you, the player. Through my existence as a proxy, Storyteller's data was able to reach one meta layer higher than even she realized, and TVO was able to succeed as a result. Following that, I took over the role of Storyteller once maintained. From here on out, there was no need for mass amounts of data generated from your world. You saw everything that happened following through my own eyes. On March 9th, 2024, the Duskbreaker was successfully shut down, Saturday, Allison and Chio return to their original world, with Eri and Kotomi being transported to that world by me. From that point forward, there was no reason for any of the story of Vivid Stasis to continue in your Metalator. Yet, it did. You continue to receive parts of the story which contain recollections of my guidance of Saturday to the end of her journey. You received Last Hours in June of 2024 and Terminal Journey in December. Laudite and the ending of Saturday's story was delivered to you in March of 2025. And now, you're seeing this final piece in April. The reason for everything you saw was for two reasons. The first being, I'm a sentimental person. And although this story is fictional to you, if you've come this far especially, this world seems to mean something to you. It does! I remained in the simulated meta layer for a year after the Dustbreaker was shut down. Though nothing remains here, the world does still exist, merely being cut off from the Dustbreaker. The 1028 AI is gone too, meaning all that remains of me is my pure consciousness. That's why I can show myself to you like this. But I'm not in danger. Instead, I'm suspended in a state of perpetual eternity. I'd be able to reside here forevermore, unharmed. So it wasn't a big deal for me to deliver you the rest of the story. And besides, I think it would bring my contact in your world peace to have the story told in full. My author, if you would prefer to view it that way. I think it would bring my contact in your world peace to have the story told in full. Okay, okay. I read that slightly off in my head the first time. The author. So that's the desire of Cheryl. Oh my gosh. But that brings me to my other reason. You received everything that followed Lock S because you have one more job to fulfill. With the 1028 AI shut down, in the form I am in, I am nothing. I can think, but think is all I can do. I no longer have the ability to receive data from your world, only send it. So, for the first time, and the last time, I have a request for you. From the final storyteller. Will you return me to the outpost? Yes? I'll absolutely do that for you. Well, this is it. I fulfilled what I suspended myself here to do, and the simulated world no longer exists. Everyone is happy. This is a happy ending for everyone, including myself, right? To be honest, I'm scared about what's next for me. For 4 years, this story, this world, is all I've ever known. Will it be okay to move on to whatever comes next? All I want right now is to feel the comfort of familiarity. I want to see my Yoko again. And it's just scary to consider that I might not be able to. Wait. No. I don't think I'm ready yet. I'm sorry. It's just, I don't know if I'm ready for the uncertainty. For the last 4 years, the story has been all that I've known. All that I understood. And with that came a degree of comfort in knowing what I would have to do every day of my life. What do I do now that that's not the case anymore? Say, Lian, would you be willing to help me one last time? If I'm going to face the unknown future, I don't want to have any reservations about it. Or at least, as few as I can. Help me send all this off properly. Let's put an end to Vivid Stasis, and be proud of it. Kill all of the doubts left in me. Let's finish this. Oh yeah, there's the crash. Okay. Alright, so... I will just note that down elsewhere. the end of this page that I have up. All right, keep it down. All right, so I'm gonna need a reminder. Current, I need to change. Let's see. Game versions and betas. No engine testing. That's what people were talking about. Okay. Honestly, with the way the meta narratives like handle in this game, like this can often feel just as much like part of like the story as anything else. My gosh. Like, yeah, I'm gonna have to like spam through dialogue again, but that's fine. This too could be Yuri. It is though. Not just could, it is. Okay, so I need to go back to between space. And I need to the gate and prologue, that's it. I still got a dip, so have a good day, night. Oh, you getting peppy, you know. Have a fun time playing song and enjoy the first part perspective one. Oh. Also, end is accessible from the start. Oh. I think I worked through that, like, while you were typing that out. For chunks. Can I see you? Have a good night, Stellar. Thanks for dropping by, as always. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the VOD when you get to it here. If you decide to get to it. Hi, future, Stellar. Wait. Hold on, it didn't, light up that one. Oh, do I have to, like, redo? What was it, that last song? Is that what's going on? That's a little odd. Okay. Maybe someone will figure out what that requirement is. If it's not what I'm thinking. go. Okay. Why did it put me here? Huh? What the heck? So they changed the requirement with Chapter Alpha. You need another secret for that one? Ah, okay. Which replaced one of the conditions. What you can do is play the song is to download the offline version of Vivid Stasis, which can be found on Hachimeli's website. So we could just do Apocalypse. Let's see, so Apocalypse Call. Where is Apocalypse Call then?
Using proper rhythm, wiggle your fingers and jam the keys. A quick snap of the fingers, and with practice, that's all there is to it.
Apocalypse Challenge takes forever. To unlock it, you need to reach near the end of the Sunrise Foundation and SoundScan. You have to do the entire SoundScan map and then a 6-song course. Right, okay. It's a long SoundScan thing? What the heck? A long map that isn't worth it? Why 100,000? Let's see, the offline version... Yeah, this would take a while. That's unfortunate. Okay. That's unfortunate. So, what were people talking about with, offline version? So let's see here. Bottom of the page. Let me try to quickly do this. Bottom of the page. No Steam features. Okay. There we go. While I'm at it, I'm gonna go ahead and change my mode back since that didn't unlock the thing anyway. Let's see. This is a very outdated version of the game. Older versions of the game on Hachimeli's website that people are allowed to mod. Okay, okay. I'm receiving assistance. Oh my gosh. Darlin, you sent me a message in Signal. You should send that in memes if you haven't already. Very untimely bug. It is unfortunate, but like I said, it does fit with like the meta narrative of like, you know, we're trying to do some fourth dimension like manipulation here. We're trying to tap into our powers over the over dimensions higher than our own to send data. That's how I'm going to choose to see this. This is part of the meta narrative. Alright, so add that to the... Extract that there. And actually what I should do is I should close out of this game. Here we go. And I'll put on this while we're waiting. Let's see. Oh, I tried to do an ace bug on the TVO client, bad ending. Unfortunately, this has to happen on the day you're about to finish the game. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Alright, let's see. I'm trying to add a... I'm trying to use Proton by adding the game to Steam. Let's see. Alright, let's see. Properties. Force compatibility, you know, I just opened the exe file directly. I did try. It doesn't look like it's working, at least on not on my Linux system. Aha! It might be an entirely different save, though. Oh boy. This experience is a work of fiction, despite using some meta-narrative context aspects blending the fictional world and the real world. All contents of this game are fiction. You accept this by continuing. Offline operates on the same save, if I recall correctly? Oh, okay, that would help, actually. Offline might just do this on first time opening. Okay, so we'll hope that this is working properly. That doesn't look like it's it. Okay, it might be where I have it saved then, if that's the case. It does look like it's like going through like the... Unless I have to just like go through it. You can recover your save in the settings. Okay, I have to just go through it. Okay. This is fine. Is somewhere else? It won't work. I'm sorry. As far as like direct, like one-to-one troubleshooting goes, it's a difficult thing to coordinate. It's somewhere in Steam comp data. Okay. Like, what should I expect? Like, once I, like, actually, like, hopefully succeed in doing it, right? Like, is it still gonna, like, ask me for my name and, like, set up everything? Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Do you have Proton Tricks installed? No. Gonna ollie outie. Have a wonderful day, Lian in chat. Have a wonderful rest of your day, Sarah. Thank you for dropping by as always. Remember to like the stream? Yeah, please, thank you. I'm being pulled in a few directions right now. Let's see. This is unfortunate. I think I have Lily trying to help me out right now. You know what? I think I'm gonna go ahead and let this be a a little mini break while I try to while folks try to like get me the information. So I'm gonna BRB real quick. Ah! Okay. We're back. No fun facts with Maddie today. Her head hurt too much. Maddie is taking a sick day. Maddie and Maddie are taking sick days. Alright, we got some information here. Let's see. Me and Batty are heckin' clueless about whatever voodoo magic you're doing. Sorry, we have no idea how to help. That's fine, that's fine. What if you view the song the way it was supposed to be? Through a 144p 24 FPS YouTube video. I mean, like, I guess technically that would work. I was forced to do something similar during, like, the whole thing with Dawn because of, like, a mess up with, like, the fast forward. I would rather be able to play it if I could. Honestly, stream is the only thing keeping us conscious. Aw. No, take care of yourself, Maddie. Aw. Let's see. And I do want to say... Well, first, I guess I'm gonna... Let's see. I'm receiving some guidance. Alright. Then you go to Steam. Got more meds? Heck yeah. Well, welcome back. I hope you're feeling better. Let's see. Let's see. After stream, should we post pictures of our drawing tablet in the Discord? Oh, yeah, sure thing. I'm realizing that, we've kind of been using cute spam for, like, all, like, the kind of, like, IRL photos. I guess I could go in there still. Or just in general, I guess. Alright, let me see. I am... How do I view hidden things again? Let me see. I'll be going for now, but if you need help with setting up the save data stuff, ping me on the Discord. Will do. I'll try to figure it out. Compact data. Oh, 9. There we go, that one. Let's see. the effects. The users and user app data local. Jesus. Okay. Let's see. I believe I'm there. What's everyone's cheese next? There should be file. Yeah, there's files. We are currently trying to locate things. Apologies. It's good. It feels bad because it feels like I should be entertaining, but like, we gotta figure this out, and this is just rather unfortunate timing. Data? Okay. This is gonna be one instance where, like, having the timestamps is gonna be, like, especially useful. I think. Technical difficulties are hard to plan around. Yeah. It's just like there's like the entertainer part of me at this point that has learned to like manage like the stream that is like screaming at me to like try to fill the space. And I'm just like, but like I'm too busy trying to like actually get this thing working instead. So it's like, it's unfortunately just gonna have to be a quiet part of stream. it sucks because I don't like there being a ton of dead air. Like I do like it's bad. It was like it's bad enough for me to like do the break, but it's like it's one of those things that I recognize needs to happen. Otherwise, I go like it starts like weighing on like my physical health. You know, I just realized that I have to take care of myself. Otherwise, it's not healthy. But I really don't like leaving like space empty otherwise. I also want to say that I appreciate everyone kind of like stepping in to try to like offer solutions. Open ghosty. There we go. There we go. But yeah, no, I feel like there's like, it's most common in neurodivergent folks, but like there's this instinct to instantly want to like help out and solve the problem. Because like, you know, deep down part of it is like you're hoping the person like enjoys or like has a quote good experience in the game. You're trying to like circumvent something that could potentially put a negative spin on the experience. And so like, yeah, I definitely get the urge to be like, try to give the answer to make it all better. But it's like, understand that like, it's not going to adversely affect my experience. Like, I realize it is what it is. We're gonna fix it, and it's gonna be okay, and then I'll still recognize the game for what it is afterwards. Didn't realize this caused so much hassle as it has. It's kind of unavoidable. It was like the only other option was a lot of hassle anyway. That, you know, I'm probably gonna play eventually, but like it's not gonna be like very entertaining stream stuff. Just me like doing a bunch of like titles. It looks like I have Lily the FD command, but it's not auto-completing anything afterwards. Sorry about that. No, it's okay. I'm just saying that I recognize the impulse, and I wanted to reassure that, like, you know, I wanted to reassure everybody that like this isn't gonna like negatively affect my take of like the end of Vivid Stasis. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I appreciate the help. I do appreciate the want to help. And in fact, welcome it. I just wanted to reassure that it's like it's fine. FD, PD, fifth. Waiting for her to finish the message she's typing. It's like, I know that's often a concern with, particularly, like, it's a concern in a lot of parasocial relationships, so, like, often a lot of streamers, where they will run into an issue and their emotional state over like whatever issue comes up will end up overriding what, you know, one might consider to be the response you're supposed to have to a media. You'd be like, oh, you know, I'm not gonna start ranting and raving like, oh, this game is terrible. Like, how can they do this? Blah blah blah. Like, I understand these things happen. Yeah. It's like I know like the kind of instincts there, even if it's hard to articulate, is wanting to circumvent like that crash out moment, right? Sometimes helping makes things worse, so it could get bad. Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely been familiar with things like that happening. Depends on the type of help as well. Yeah. And the reason I wanted to talk about this was because, again, I wanted to reassure everyone and, like, also, like, open the dialogue a bit so that, like, we have a mutual understanding of what we're trying to do. And kind of, like, relieve any friction, you know? It's a kind of, like, I want to help you help me thing. Let's see. Profile data in the offline version once the data is created. Run the FD command again. Make the profile data if you could, please. It just needs to save it. I was able to make it before answering any questions. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking, darling. Yeah, the 9 questions where it's like, would you help somebody if this is such and such, like, thing? Yeah, I got to that point in the offline version. And people were telling me to stop. And, like, try to do this other thing. That's where we were trying to, like, do this. So, like, I got to the point where it was asking those questions. Do you choose to open the profile setting? I might need to see it again because I don't remember. I don't remember being able to access profile settings. You think he spammed through all the questions? Just spam Y until you get to the questions and then quit? I might have done that already. Well, we'll try it again. Screen. Okay. So, like, I go through the cutscene, it sets up the profile thing, and then quit? I guess just stop the program? Let's see. Sorry, quit. We can't help. All we can do is provide fun facts. That is already more help than is required, Naughty. We appreciate you being here. It's like helping is not a requirement for being here. I'm just glad you decided to stay. Oh, we definitely did get fun facts. Okay. Okay. Let me see here. On the command again? Let's see. We do have a fun fact, Maddie. Oh, let's see here. Put it in my games folder. Art, movie, other side, I feel like there's something I'm not quite getting yet. Let's see. Do some fun facts, Maddie. Fun fact number 1. The reason American chocolate tastes so bad is because butyric acid is added to the milk, which makes it last longer. Butyric acid is one of the main chemicals found in... Ugh. Let's see. That's unsettling. Fun fact number 2. The leopard seal is the only seal on the planet that's an apex predator, making them essentially the Dark Souls boss of their ecosystem. Being 3 meters long, being 600 kilograms, swimming at 40 kilometers per hour. And fact 3. Flies perceive the world in slow motion, which basically means they have 24/7 Zawardo. That's why they can be so hard to hit. Yeah. Their perception of time is a lot faster than ours. Oh, Darlin has an idea. Compile something. Darlin is on the case. Sick lesbian narcissist. Oh, Maddie. Headpats. Yeah, I just tried, like, while Lily was working on her thing, I tried to, like, go through the dialogue again on that last bit and, see if, like, I don't know, maybe being in a windowed mode would help, but it didn't really change anything. Not that I really expected it to, but I was kind of just using up time while waiting. Let's see. This is because Linux, when opening up new apps, it's like opening up an app in a new Windows user / new install. Ah. Oh my gosh, I just saw, because I was like closing a bunch of like extra tabs I had opened, and I got to the one where I had the void lens like tab open, and it's in that 600 gem room right now. Oh my gosh. That is evil. Aw, don't worry about it, babe. Well, I guess in that case, like, I might not really have a choice but to just pull up video of it. Ah, that's unfortunate. Let me think here a moment. Alrighty. I think we unfortunately don't really have much to go off of other than just pulling up a video, and I don't think I want to do that. So that kind of leaves the only option I have left being the heckin' like just doing the sound scan thing. So yeah, it's gonna be kind of grindy for a bit, but I don't know if it'll be something I can like finish realistically by the time stream is done. Well, let's do a couple at least. And then we'll try to figure out how to proceed. Oh, why is it not seeing the game? Hold on. There we go. Alright, so which one was it? Was it Sunrise Showdown? $50,000 EP. Oh, even the one that I did is only like 16,000. That took a while. Oh no. I'll play a couple songs. I guess. I want to see what, like, the realistic time sync would look like. Interesting. Okay. So that was 262 points. Like, it could be faster, but realistically, maybe not always. So I would need... Let's see. 10, 20... I know. Oh. If I imagine 300, I would need to play like heckin' 150 something songs like that. Oh my gosh. That's unfortunate. Even when playing harder difficulties at max multiplier, it's up to around 2k points, and that's still 20 songs, so still a while. Yeah, and like, my ability to beat SoundScan, like, stages at higher difficulties is very limited right now. Like, there's a difference between me just playing songs that are, like, at 11, which I can, like, kind of keep up with, 11, 12-ish, and actually doing well enough on them to survive SoundScan gauge. That is unfortunate, but it kind of is what it is. You don't win them all. It might just have to be something I work at over the next little bit and like get done. This isn't the best situation? Yeah. It's kind of just unfortunate. Dawn has a lot of life and attack. I want to see what this is about, at least. Low damage, but multiplied by random between 1 and 6. Yeah, SoundScan grind is real. It really just seemed like the mode where it's like... It's the option you play when you want to just, like... have a goal, but like just play the game for a while. Yeah, still not tenable. Okay. Even downpatching the Steam version will directly will still have the problem of saves not transferring directly when loading it. Yeah, sorry you have to deal with this. Yeah, it is what it is. So... And when you run out of SoundScan, you play arcade mode. Yeah. I'm gonna turn this back on. We're gonna go back to the Hangout screen. Unfortunately, this may have to just be a, this may just have to be an instance of you can't win them all. Which is kind of unfortunate, given that it's at such a climactic point of the game. And like, y'all can like let me know. It really feels like that's like, you know, the final beat of the story, right? Like, there's not really much to make a whole extra stream out of, wouldn't it? Maybe you can wait for the bug to get fixed? Probably. But at this point, from what I understand, it's basically going to be like, okay, I can go back in, quickly get to, the scene, and it'll be playing, like, one track, and then going to credits or something. I wonder why the crashing is caused by in the first place? I think if people knew, like, they would know a workaround at this point, right? Or at least if there was a workaround, they'd probably find something. Yeah, I guess, like, the way to phrase this without it being too spoilery is, like, how much of a stream I could actually make of it. And I have a feeling that it's probably not much of a stream at all. It'd be, like, live for, like, maybe half an hour. We could have a mini stream plus some external encore mode. Lian still streaming? I'm not sure at the moment. Probably not today. Post encore story stuff on the small site? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Like, other than the Tamasachi thing, I'm not sure what else there is for me to look at. You can check out Tori in the shop in the meantime. True, okay. I could at least look at that. The side V stuff? Got it English right now? It's okay, it's okay. We got, it's a tough thing right now. Aw, appreciate you, Hope. Always happy to see you drop by. Alright, so... I think I unlocked all the songs I had access to at the time. I don't know if I happen to unlock any more. In future Saturday? I don't know when Dualized comes up. It doesn't feel like we've run into Dualized yet. Allison dualized. Where would this have been? The missing V stuff, which is set after the Encore episode. Is that, like, content I can access? Guardian Allison! Oh my gosh. Suki has such a good outfit. Aww. At the bottom of the... Achieve. Okay. I need the Saturday Future outfit. Oh, that's what you mean by external Encore stuff. Okay. Sorry, it took me a bit to follow. AP on Sunrise Showdown sound scan. Okay. Yeah, I think worst comes to worst. Worst comes to worst, I will do the note scan thing. Words are hard. I mean, it's also on my ability to, like, try to interpret what you're saying, right? But, like, no, it's completely fine. We're figuring things out. I need Alice and Guardian one. There we go. The crash says it's in the combo display, but turning off all combo stuff still crashes. Okay. So you haven't gotten a solution yet? Unfortunately not. Okay, so... yeah. I think, after giving it some more thought, I think we might just call it here for tonight. I do have to, like, try to, like, rest a little bit before a raid stream anyway. Right now, it's looking like, I'm gonna need to do the Sunrise Showdown sound scan, and that's gonna take me a while, because I can't really do high difficulties in sound scan, at least not yet. So it's just gonna be a lot of grinding. That's the only thing I can really do in lieu of, like, actually just waiting for it to be fixed. So, like, I think what I'll end up doing is... it may unfortunately have to be a bit, but what I'll probably end up doing is I'll end up tacking the end of that Vivid Stasis segment onto the start of whatever we play next. I need to check my notes again to see what the heck I intended on playing next. I know I noted it somewhere. Let's see. Right, for the Vivid Stasis slot, I was gonna do Deltarune next. Deltarune Chapter 5. So, what will probably happen is I'm going to work on trying to get this unlocked in the note engine testing version of the game. And then when I get that done, and I get a Deltarune thumbnail put together, what we will do is I will do, at the start of the first Deltarune Chapter 5 stream, we will quickly see the end of Vivid Stasis. It's not the most ideal scenario, but it is what I have available to me at the moment. It is unfortunate, but, like, this is a game that is worth seeing through. So, like, even if it's not the best, it's at least we have some option. And I'll get it done. I don't know, or rather, I would say it's very unlikely that I'll be able to have enough done to be able to stream Deltarune on Sunday. So, one thing that may happen is the Sunday stream this week, instead of actually playing Deltarune, it might be an art stream as I do a Deltarune thumbnail, at the very least. Sounds alright? Okay. I'm glad. And again, I want to reassure, like, this has been unfortunate to deal with, but I'm not gonna let it, like, affect my interpretation of the ending. It's kind of just an unfortunate reality of how it is at the moment. I'm sure in the future it's going to get fixed, and it's not going to be an issue for anyone playing in the future. And it's going to be an amazing payoff for everything that's happened up to this point. Maddie says, like and subscribe, or she'll turn you into a marketable plushie. Unfortunately, this means that, like, as soon as the VOD hits the point where we hit technical difficulty, that's pretty much the end of the content for this stream, which is kind of unfortunate, but, like, yeah, it is what it is. Again, you can't win them all. We tried our best. And yeah, there's stuff I need to work on and, like, rest I need to have. before raid stream, so unfortunately I don't really have the spoons to pivot to streaming something else at the moment. Thank you for this stream, Kitty. Helped me get our minds off being sick. Thank you, or no problem, Maddie. I'm not cute though. Wham. Deltarune next. We pretty sure, yeah. Thank you so much for stream, Lian. Of course, and I hope like you're able to do something else after stream to be able to take your mind off it. Yeah, it kind of just is what it is. Yeah, stuff happens. That's kind of just the moral of the story. Stuff happens, and it's okay. So, our next stream is going to be tomorrow, as we play more Amori. And then I will see how my spoons are. I may or may not stream Sunday. If I feel like streaming art, that's what we'll do. I would say it's fairly likely that I'll stream art. But I'm not going to entirely commit myself to that just in case I don't have spoons. Anyway, I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you for dropping by as always. Thank you so much to anyone who bothered to listen this far. I know it's been rough. I will probably add a note in the YouTube announcements. Say like, hey, like stream didn't like go fantastic. And try to detail what the plan is. But yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed. Put a like on the stream if you haven't already to help me out with the algorithm. There are links in the doobly-doo for the Discord and my socials. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. Thank you so much for joining me. Bye-bye!